Evening all. Are we all good? I do hope so. Just to answer Adrusek, the Caravella is our first commercial vessel. It is a scout ship that's built by a private corporation, and the tech behind it was acquired via corporate espionage, whilst that particular contractor was working on the Magellan. So it's a deep space exploration vessel that is focused on acquiring new technologies for building better starships for the corporation that built it. It's built by Lunara Industries. They are a luxury shipbuilder, and they're out there looking for alien tech that they can exploit to make even better ships, to serve their profit line, obviously. Hey Pataz, yes, thank you, all good. Yeah, something like that, Christopher, yeah. As Claire pointed out, our good friend Delta is still stuck. He's in Schulenburg. Is that how you pronounce it? Schulenburg in Texas? I'm kind of pronouncing it like it's a German word. I don't know whether it's pronounced that way in Texas, but yeah, he's stranded there. So if anyone can help out in any way, I'm sure he'd very much appreciate it. Not terribly far off, really, Anasi. What have we got to do now? So basically, it is just a couple more ceiling panels. In fact, if I switch to Mini-Me, I've done a couple more, like these ones here, which were not on the roadmap. I basically just I missed a couple that needed doing. So there was that one there, and down on F deck we had this one which needed doing, and also around here somewhere, yeah, the outward facing equivalent, that one there. Something else I will do for the patch is raise up the framework a bit. As you can see, the framework's actually lower than it should be for this particular ceiling type, so that kind of needs adjusting. It's fine on this side, but on this side it's all a bit too low. That's still a hangover from when we had a much smaller deck separation between decks. So this is what it should look like. I've also been fixing some issues. So, and this has been quite frustrating. This mesh here and this mesh here have become corrupted in some way. Something to do with the material assignments. But if I try and re-import that, it crashes the engine. So I think what I'm going to have to do is delete the static mesh, or at least re-import the static mesh as a new file, and then replace the static mesh that these actors are referencing to get this mesh fixed. Because all the material assignments are, well, missing, which is why you've got some weird texturing going on. So that's been a bit of a nightmare. And I've also, something else that wasn't on the roadmap was some door frames, these ones here. So this is the back of the main stairwell. There was a couple of missing panels here that should have been door frames, so they're done now. Which is always frustrating when you're doing things and you can't tick it off on the roadmap because it wasn't on the roadmap. But those were just little things that I missed when putting the roadmap together, so they needed doing regardless. So the only things I actually need to do now for the roadmap are fix these two panels because they have become corrupt in some way, and do the bulkhead bit there, And for that, I'm going to extend this panel across, so there'll be a slightly longer panel where the bulkheads are. And that'll be it for the corridors. And then just do the engineering style flat panels around there. And we've already largely sorted that on B deck. Like where I've got these ones here, I'm going to have to move away from having the ridge because of where it intersects with the walls and things. It just makes life awkward. But yeah, so I just need to knock those out, and then that's all of the paneling done for the patch. So that's basically all the remaining tasks on here. As you can see, there's very few bits that need doing. I then need to just finish off the menu. The only thing I need to add now is the reflection settings, and maybe a couple of tweaks for Lumen, just a couple of switches and dials you can tune the performance versus quality. White dwarves are done, and then we just need to check the character spawning. It's pretty much done. We just need to make sure it's properly spawning players in the brig, if they should be in there. This is probably the biggest job. I need to add teleport and arm swing locomotion to the VR. And then we just need to basically double check it in multiplayer. So the character spawning and the multiplayer is mostly just checking stuff out. And that's the only one that requires actual, proper work. And that aside, it's basically just a week of bug fixing on top. So yeah, we're practically there. Hopefully we should be able to squeeze it out, if not at the end of October, then just at the beginning of November. I'd like to get it done by the end of October. That's kind of my target. But yeah, most things are done, so we're in the final stages. No, I haven't had a chance to yet, Claire. The thing I said I was going to do, I still need to do. Right then, so on that happy note, we are working on the Caravella because it is Sunday. So we need to switch up our level to the Caravella class. And there she is. Right, so last Sunday we were working on the lift and kind of looking at the feasibility of having projected textures going up there. And I'm immediately confused because last Sunday it wasn't projecting any light from this quite obviously transparent material. And today it is. So what's going on with that? I'm guessing that's probably the reflections. Weird. I mean, it's not properly emitting light, but it's doing something. Now, hopefully we'll have native Steam Deck support soon. Once we've got all the controller stuff sorted out, yeah, we'll work on making that native. Good question, Anasi. I think the main hold-up right now is the lack of a bridge. Obviously, Deck 1 still needs adding. Once that's in there, technically, there's nothing stopping us taking it for a spin. All of the... Well, I say all of the things we need, most of the things we need are in place. One glaring thing we don't have is the flyable version of the ship, which is normally hidden. So I need to squeeze that in, but I think we've got everything else here. Do we have? So we've got our live star field. We've got our galaxy gen. Oh, we do have a. So we do have a flyable ship, but the collisions are going to be wrong. So we need a second version of that. Yeah, we should have everything else we need. And I suppose power generation and transfer. Because without a power source, obviously the bridge is not going to be able to do anything. Yeah, I was thinking actually of getting deck 1 done for this, because we've got all the other decks kind of roughed in. So if we start roughing in deck 1, at least we've got the full ship version, well, at least a full ship's worth of rooms at that point. I am wondering whether or not we actually have enough in place to be able to move the ship. Let's have a quick look. Obviously we need a helm chair, and then we need the various consoles. Be-doo. What am I doing? Too many folders, I need to clean them all up. This is what happens when you'll download an asset pack, you'll play with it, you'll think, yeah, I won't bother with that one, but then it just hangs around and doesn't get deleted. Or I'll take like one texture from an asset pack and then not use anything else in the asset pack, and yet the entire asset pack just stays there in a folder. Right, so let's grab a link to that in a minute. So these things aren't going to have any consoles or anything. Which does make life a little bit awkward. Kind of arrange them pretty much face level. So that would be the 3 helm panels, and then we also need our sensors panel, which we can just stick alongside them for now. In all its hefty glory. And then, in order for those to actually do anything, they need power. So we can stick in a fake power source for a minute. Alright, so stick that in there. basically our power supply. Call that cable PSU1. Call that PSU1. So this is how we link everything together with all the real electric and everything. And cables. Pop a cable in there. So right now all the connections between cables and things are a logical connection, not a physical connection. So like with this cable, we would put our upstream device name as PSU1, and this is cable 1, and this is going to be an end supply cable, which means there's no other cables connected to it. It means things connect to it. So our upstream cable name would be cable 1. Don't need to bother with the device name for that one. And these also need cable names. So we're basically telling these devices what cable they are physically connected to. And then we tell the helm what ship it's connected to. Hopefully that's enough. Enough to get the screens turned on and maybe doing something. Oh yeah, then we need a helm chair, don't we? Stick that there for a second. I don't think this had any specific connections required. Let's give it a quick try a minute. I'll also fix the spawning actually, because it needs to spawn in a certain place. Ah yes, oversight on the power source. I need to connect the cable to it. So basically we've got no power going to this cable because we haven't specified which cable the box is connecting to. So where have I missed that out from? I see what I've done. And that's how easy it is to mess it up. And for this very reason, I'm going to move to a system at some point where it, rather than you having to tell each device what cable it's connected to, like I called the cable something different to what I wrote in this box, so the two could never communicate. I'm going to make it so that we do an overlap check at the end, each end of the cable, and then the overlap check actually acquires which actor it's connected to. So from that point, I no longer need to go through and manually specify what's connected to what. It should automatically just know, because on begin play, or rather on construct, it will do an overlap check and grab all the details for everything. And that will also pave the way in the future for more modular style shipbuilding, because as long as all the cables line up, then modularly they can connect together and like know what's connected where. And also if we if we had the ability to plug in a random cable and then plug it in somewhere else, then it can do that dynamically at that point. Right, before we try that again, let's move Mr. Scale Marker out of the way. Yeah, we need to define the spawn point, which would be in the player controller. So blah 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 blah. We're spawning the character there, but that's obviously only relevant for the Magellan. So we need to flag to the game that this isn't the Magellan. So I suppose the obvious place to do that would be on the level itself. So probably the first thing we want to do before anything else, yeah, we want to be setting some stuff on the game instance. So we don't want to do anything with the tutorial. Also, well, let's make sure that cold and dark is not ticked, and then we'll make a couple of new variables on the game instance, and then we can track what ship we're actually on, because as we add more ships, obviously we're going to need to know, what ship is relevant at the particular moment. And also, I suppose, when we exit a shuttle, in fact even when we board the shuttle, so the shuttle itself is going to be a separate ship, no different than the main ship, so we need to be making sure that local context is always relevant to the ship that you're on. So things like the optimization code isn't going to be trying to optimize the thing that you're not on, if that makes sense. What are we doing? Game instance. Right, so I suppose because another thing we have to cater for with this is if we are spawning in a shuttle. So let's say we've got our shuttle bay, we'll have a 3D printer for shuttles in case you lose one. So if you have multiple shuttles, then we're going to have to assign some kind of an ID to that shuttle. And then that vehicle ID, I suppose, is going to have to be the thing that we rely upon to know which ship the player is currently on, or which station they're currently on, and that's going to drive the perspective out the window, because again we move space around the ship rather than the ship through the space. So the orientation of the shuttle is always going to be different from the ship. So how we move space around from the perspective of that player needs to be relevant to the vessel ID that they currently have, so that it matches the orientation of the shuttle and not the main ship. There are going to be a few layers of complexity into that. So if we make that vessel ID and have it as an integer, then we're just going to have to fire integers at it. So we don't need to do anything with it. We can just assign it. So if we have the Magellan as a 0 for now, and then this one would be set vessel ID. So vessel ID 1. So by the time the player controller goes to actually spawn the character, we can query the game instance, get our vessel ID that we just created, and then we can actually switch, not switch, we can select and then change our coordinates accordingly. They're the same as that, so I won't lose them if I do that. So if it is the Magellan, vessel 0, then we spawn the character in this location. If, however, it is not the Magellan, it's option 1, then we spawn it somewhere else. So in this instance, let's use this dude as our example. So if we just basically pop him right in the middle there somewhere, and we will spawn the character right there, in the middle of the bridge. So that would be that. By that. By that. And now when we start a new game, it should spawn us right where he was stood. And I'm going to move him out of the way so we don't spawn on top of him. Because it should know what vessel we're on now. Huzzah! And we have power. Right, okay, so do we have targeting ability? Probably not yet. Let's see if we can go to Mars. Okay, that's promising. Oh, that's also promising. Okay, so the FTL drive doesn't work. Because it needs power. Okay. And just see whether or not can we control the ship from the chair. No, we can't. Okay, so some stuff is working. The autopilot's definitely working. And we can definitely orient towards Mars. We just target Earth just to test that. Yeah, it's pointing at Earth, so that's obviously working. Okay. Right, so I noticed a couple of actors there complaining about cable name. Right, so this is for the labels, so that's why the labels weren't showing up. Let's just try that a sec. Oh, okay, space location as well. It does indeed, Max, yes. So the UNOS, which is a play on Unix, is basically the operating system used by UN ships. So not all ships will use that UI. This is just like the UN ship's UI. Non-UN vessels will use their own manufacturer's UI. Okay, so where was the FTL power coming from? That's the next question. Let's just try those labels a minute. Right, no more power problems. I think the lack of labels is probably the optimization, because we're not in the bridge location that we would be expected to be in. Ah, yeah, look, there they go. So it turns off the labels if we are outside of the bridge on the Magellan. So we need to change the optimization. So we have to adjust the bridge location so that you can see them from the Caravella's bridge. So there they all are. So if we just set Saturn as our target, are we able to see that? Is it nearby? Okay, well, we know where Pluto is, so let's try that one. Pluto. Yeah, there we go. Great, so all of our targeting and everything's actually working. So the optimization for that needs adjusting. And I assume, yeah, so it thinks we're at FTL, but we're not. Okay. I'm missing a vital component, so I'm just going to save that a sec, and we'll open up the Magellan and see what I'm missing. As we make systems ever more complex, this will get ever more complicated to set up, because it's not just a case of stick in the UI panel. It has to be connected to power, and that power needs to be flowing, which is I guess why we built it the way we built it, because we like that kind of thing. Right, so I don't believe that we actually require anything else on here. Here, let's just check the code a minute. So yeah, it's not going to be on that. It's going to be on the ship itself, I would have thought. Yeah, it's going to be this, isn't it? So what is that connecting to? Right, so this is checking for an event, which is for the coil voltage, and that's going to be coming from a box in engineering somewhere. Hang on, let's go down to engineering and have a look. I remember making one. So let's just turn on GDEC power. Get some walls turned on. So under the floor here, I remember making a box, or a ball even. Is that it? Ah, yes. Right, where did I hide you? Okay, it's just in there. Right, so fine. Need to make sure we've got our FTL test ball. So that's basically analogous to one of the field coils, and we will take the sum. Well, the lowest field coil will be the overall weakest link in the chain for the FTL field strength. So by always fixing the worst one, you're always increasing FTL speed. So if we give it cable 1, that should now have power. It's not going to be a lot of power, mind. Oh, yes, it is. It's a lot of power. Yeah, exactly, serious. Yeah, so the bridge stations are going to be dual purpose for the most part. With the bridge is going to have less people on it, so less people need to do the same job. Therefore, there's going to be a lot of alt tabbing between screens, like the tactical station. So tactical is going to be both defense and offense, and there'll be different modes on that UI, so you can switch between the two. And the same with the sensors and comms. So comms and sensors will be the same station that you'll alt tab between, which is just a side effect of having less people working on the bridge. Right. let's see if we can get ourselves to Saturn. Do we have power? No. Okay, why don't we give it all of them? It should only need the one cable to run, but okay, so we're ticking this. We're constantly updating that, which is constantly running the global event, and that's what the ship is listening to. So that's listening to this. So that's the variable we are watching. So that just disables the helm if there's no voltage coming through. Obviously right now that's just the FTL coil, but when it comes to the RCS that will have additional variables for that specifically. Let us just verify for a minute that we are actually getting the voltage that we expect. So it's showing 0 voltage, 0 voltage. Still 0 voltage. Right, okay, so that's the problem. We're not seeing any voltage. Why are we not? So we're all connected to cable 1. Oh, I wonder if it needs more of a direct connection. I wonder if this is like a loading order thing. It could well be. I'm just wondering whether this is doing its voltage output before this starts listening to it, which would always be a problem. So one way we can test this. So blah 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 blah. Yeah, so we're delaying delaying 3 seconds before we actually send power. I'm just wondering actually whether we do a timer by event, and maybe every 5 seconds we will update the amount of power. So this is just constantly ticking voltage to the cable once every 5 seconds, just for test purposes, just to rule out any kind of loading order problem. No, so it's definitely not that. Therefore, let us make another cable. Oops, wrong button. And we call this one cable 2. And we're going to need another PSU for this one. So PSU 2, cable 2. That's outputting to cable 2. And we connect this one to cable 2. Shouldn't need the others. So cable 1 is an end supply. Cable 2 is not, because it's connected to something specifically. Yes, I think you're quite correct actually. It does, you're right. Hang on. So device name is that. So yes, so the downstream device name would be that. Quite right. And of course that's connected to PSU2. Ah, there we go. Now we're seeing the many volts. Right, 2 cables. So the difference between an end cable and a point-to-point cable is the end cable is what you would use to connect lots of lights to. So when we actually model that in the game, it'll have lots of like T sockets all the way along, and then each light panel is connected to one of those T sockets, but it's the same physical length of cable. So it's one cable with lots of end devices, whereas the point-to-point cable is one that actually requires a downstream device name. So hopefully that would get us some FTL. Yeah, there we go. Hurrah, the ship is moving. And there goes the sun. And all the planets. So what I didn't do is I didn't add the FTL effect. So we will be in a rather strange yet cool situation where we should just see the stars moving. Let's wait until we're running at full speed. Oh right, yeah. So we're not outputting the voltage needed for full FTL. So we're only going that fast. Why are they flickering? They shouldn't be flickering. Does that mean we also have helm input? Yep, okay, so we have helm input from the chair as well, so we can fly the ship from the chair. Excellent. Yeah, so we've got, so the top cable is powering the bridge consoles only, and the bottom cable with its second PSU is powering the FTL. So in order to go full speed, we need to increase the voltage on that second one, which I haven't actually set up as a variable. So let's go ahead and do that. We just expose that to the editor. Set the default as that. Right, so now on this one we can add a couple of zeros to that. And then just so we don't get ourselves confused, that is that one. And that's that one. So that plugs into there like that. So that's powering the UIs, that's powering the FTL coil. I don't remember off the top of my head actually what level of voltage is needed, so let's see. Oh yeah, so it's still only saying 25,000. That's weird. I'm sure I increased the voltage on that. Oh. Yeah, I don't think it's arbitrarily set, so yeah, definitely more voltage coming to that one. Let's just put cable 2 in there, just get rid of the error messages. More voltage. Oh, hang on. Did I not? No, I didn't. I know what I missed. That bit. Although we shouldn't need that bit now. Let's just try it without. Ah, great. Yeah. Okay, so we're about to go 250 million times the speed of light, rather than 2.5 million. So yeah, get ready for some fireworks, I guess. Here's where we see how fast the ship can really go. Okay, so this is standard FTL speed. And here we go. Oh, there goes a nebula. And there goes the galaxy. It's actually not handling that terribly, given that we're in the engine. Hang on, let's go and stand over here. That's actually fairly impressive that we're able to transition through the galaxy that quickly. I mean, it's a bit janky, but it's not crashing, so you know, there's definitely perhaps scope there in the future for certainly making a faster FTL drive. Because if it can handle it this quick, then that's not bad. Let's just full screen that so we can see the stars a bit better. Actually, if I turn off the static stars, there you go. Then you're only actually seeing the real-time ones. Right, we've already gone 660 light years. Make it to Sajay in no time at these speeds. Let's see how flyable it actually is. Because that looks like an open cluster to me. Oh, does the external camera work? Oh, it does. Excellent. Well, this is by far the fastest I've ever flown a ship in the game, so it's an interesting experience. Yeah, it's still... Oh, it's struggling. Oh, it must have been regenerating the galaxy. Yeah, it really struggles when you cross a sector boundary. Other than that, it's not bad, really. Although we are flying sideways. That's not normal. Okay, well, interesting experiment. Let's make sure it's set to 2.5 million. Oh. Don't think it was very happy with that. But yes, to answer the earlier question, yes, the ship can actually be flown. So we are just lacking a ship wrapped around the UI panels. Thank you, Oninoni. 100 million. Okay. Perfect. 2.5 million C. So that's our 300 light years per hour. And we are presumably still miles away. Oh, or not, to be honest. Just going to go to a random planet and just make sure that that is actually working. Is that lot blurring because of TSR maybe? Oh, nearly fell off. Oh, there they are. Thought we weren't moving for a minute then. Okay, so we have a planet. So all that is working. Okay, have a good one, Delta. Good luck with your situation. I hope you find yourself with transport soon. Do I have an idea? We just go sideways on a minute. Just wondering what our windows will look like downstairs now that we've got stuff happening outside the ship. Okay, that should end up looking quite cool. Be much nicer once we've got light coming through as well. I imagine these will work quite well in low orbit. You'll have a much better view of the surface there. So something we're lacking for lumen at the moment is probably a proper lumen scene representation, because things like the reflections of those fish is still happening in screen space. So So when you can see it all, it's lighting everything up, but as soon as it's off screen, then all that lighting's gone. So we just need to make sure that the distance fields are set up and all the other bits and pieces that Lumen needs. And the rest of it is probably okay. Dude there's getting a suntan. It's quite nice actually, that one beam of sunlight is actually casting enough light to light up the whole room, which is kind of nice. Right then, so let's see if we can get deck 1 added then. There should, Timbo, yes. The issue we have with that is that the planet is not technically casting light, and Lumen doesn't cast rays far enough in order to actually capture light from the planet. Screen space GI might very well do that because it's working in screen space, but Lumen would not. Ah, thanks, Sirius. I'm actually going to change them. So I'm debating having the angled bit come all the way down to the floor, like the bridge entry corridor on the Magellan, but have more of like a gold inlaid design on the wood. Yeah, I was thinking similar, Oninoni, and we kind of need to calculate like how much of the planet is casting light from the star. So like if it's like full face sun behind you, then like all of the star's light is bouncing off of that planet. So the direction light would need to reflect that. But if there's only like a slither of light coming around the side of the planet, then we need to know how eclipsed it is in order to adjust the direction light accordingly, and also work out, and we should be able to glean this from the data, but like, is there an atmosphere? Is that affecting the color of the planet? You know, that sort of thing. Yeah. So yeah, that's definitely an option. I think that's probably best left until we have 5.7, because the reason we can have all of these lights casting shadows the way they do is because Megalights basically makes shadow casting practically free. But casting virtual shadow map shadows from a direction light is still relatively quite heavy. Direction lights should have Megalight support in 5.7, so that should technically mean that we can have multiple direction lights without any additional cost, which means we can then have bounce lighting calculated from planets and multiple stars with multiple lights casting their light on the ship. So if you had a red star on one side and a blue star on the other side, you should have like purple light combining in the middle, which would be very cool. Right, so we need to turn these simple boxes into a bridge. And one of the things that concerns me slightly is that when we were sat in the helm chair here, our visibility over the nose of the ship is very limited. So we might have to raise the bridge floor up slightly to give us more like forward visibility over the nose of the ship. I mean, there's not a lot of nose compared to the bridge position, but still, we don't want to be like having a lot of our view just taken up by bridge, by nose. But we'll work that out once we got our bridge dome on there. Yeah, I think it definitely needs it. We've got plenty of space to play with though. Right, so that is our bridge dome. I don't think I've actually chopped out any rooms for this bit yet. No, we haven't. Okay. This is probably easier if we start exporting. So we want to get rid of deck 2 and 3 stuff a minute. So what do we actually have here? So again, I want to be able to turn off certain layers of this so that we can draw a deck map. So I might chop out some of the middle there and have that on a different layer. But for now, I'll just leave it at this. See you, Michael. Have a good one. Right, so let's just get these exported. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically, that's the sheet metal. So I'm probably going to separate those 2 layers. Let's just get it exported first, and then we'll see what we're doing. So, right, so you are segment 4. So we want Caravella, deck 1. Right, let's just copy the name of that one so that we keep our naming convention the same, and this is going to be deck 1. Segment 5. Yeah, I'll just do it all at once for now. I'll have to re-export it once I've separated it, but it will do for now. So segment 6. Technically that's 7 and 8. What did I call that one? Didn't call it anything. Okay. Okay. So if we just import those, so that's Caravella, deck 1, import that lot. Oops, no, I didn't want to do that. Control S, not Control D. I'll just load all those up a minute. And then we shall just set our materials. Like so. And then we shall where's our property matrix gone? There it is. Give them complex collision. Right, and then we should be able to pop them all on. Like so. Yeah, so we've got a few sticky out bits that need to not be sticking out. Technically, yes. Like, I call this one. Yes, I call this one segment A. The reason that there's a slight discrepancy is because of the support structure for the engine pylons. I didn't want to split it down the middle. So you'll see that with this one, we've got multiple segments that are aligned about here. So we'd have to, if we were sticking to the same layout, we'd have to cut this like down there, which is just not ideal. So instead, I think what we'll do is, in terms of our in-law manufacturing, we'll cut it down the middle there instead. So obviously that piece and that piece would have been manufactured separately and welded down the middle, as well as to the rest of the ship. Right, so none of this is double skinned, so let's double skin that a minute so that we can appreciate the headroom and such. Yeah, the sticky out bits are important. Okay, so that should represent the middle. Right, so this is where we cut out the actual structural members. So that one needs to go over by 20, because we always do a double layer where the joins are. So that one has to go over by 20. And then that one goes over by 20. But also copy over by 40, covers the join there, and then we also do the same halfway for structural stability. So it was 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, and then this one would be 2, as with that one. So 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, and then 2 where the join is. Yeah, that's still my plan there, Timbo. I'm going to like on the sub D mesh, I'm going to pull out this bit here. So where we've got this relatively wide flat section, probably about half a meter, but I want to make sure that I'm not messing up any of the other curves. So I need to do it with some degree of delicacy, because it's going to mess up things like the angle down there. So if we were to, for example, if we grab that bit and we move that out, it starts to affect the angle of the curve, which means that if we move it out too far, then all of a sudden that starts going back up again. So it's going to have to be, I said 50, so probably by about that much. So that should be enough in order to squeeze in the wall bits we need. So even though we're stretching it out slightly, we're not messing with this curve too much. So yeah, I think we'll probably widen the ship by a meter overall, just by pulling it out about half a meter each side. Shouldn't affect the profile too much. It will change the ribs down here, but not at the top. So anything above this red line here won't be affected. So it's only going to affect these bits. Basically anything on decks 2 and 3. Maybe the top of deck 4. Actually no, probably not deck 4. So yeah, just the ribbing on decks 2 and 3. Yeah, you're right, Oni, it is. This does allow us to make drastic changes and then just redo the subdivision. It does mean re-chopping it into its different layers, but it's worth it. I'm hoping I can also chop these up into layers as well, because something I did is I made a second mesh on the inside to give us the cavity all the way around, because both of these need thickening into like inch thick sheet metal, so that cavity needs to be preserved all the way through. So I've had to do that all the way around the inside. So every surface should have like a second skin, and it's easier to do that now with the low resolution mesh and then subdivide both of them than it would be to take the already subdivided mesh and then trying to extrude that this far away, because you end up with really nasty corners. You end up with a little bit there, but especially around the back. Hang on, camera got stuck. Around places like this, you can see where it's already kind of overlapping, and that's all stuff I need to fix. But if you were to try to extrude this surface, then it's all going to extrude in different directions, because it uses the face normal for the extrusion. The combined face normal of all the faces. Let's just select all of them. What's the best way of doing this? I suppose if we group that and that up with that lot. Let me make that a component. Hang on a minute. Wait a minute, what's this? Apparently I already did it. Interesting. Okay, so I've already done the middle bits. Which ones didn't I do? So I did those ones, I did that one. Yeah. Didn't realise I'd done it already. Okay, that makes more sense now. Right, so if we take all of them, pop them on there. The bottom face, or the bottom edge, should be exactly the same across the whole skin there. So if I just line that up with the bottom, then all of these should intersect already, which they do appear to. Well, that made life easier. Normally that would mess up a bunch. Right, then we just need to give ourselves our 50 centimeter allowance there. Repeat that all the way down. sure that's a group so I'm not messing with the skin geometry. Making sure they're following the curve properly. Right, so that should be the correct pattern of supports. So if we do it like this, with this 2-1-1-2 kind of arrangement, that means that when we take an extra big piece like this, it's like, for one, the outside bit here has more framework around it just to support that skin, although it's going to have obviously circular bits in it too. But it means that when we are arbitrarily changing the number of segments, they're still aligning with the framework. So like the other two pieces are aligned, the cut lines align to these two, so there's still dual framework. So there should remain a consistent pattern from top to bottom of the ship, regardless of where we're choosing to space the segments from, if that makes sense. It just keeps it all consistent. That's one thing I can't stand, is incorrectly offset framework. Okay, just to be awkward, those bits are set with a cut down the middle, which means I'm going to have to cut these down the middle as well. Nothing too exciting, just cutting out bits of framework. Usually, sure these are actually in the middle. No, that's not the middle. That's not the middle. Are you the middle? Yes, there we go. I rather assumed the reason I doubled it up like that is because it was a component, but obviously not. But it can be now. So that's the finished framework bits for there. Yeah, so this purple bit, that's the bit we're trying to fit in, basically, as our bridge module. And also we're going to need to adjust some of this framework here anyway, because we can't, or maybe we can have that going through the windows. It's going to be an interesting series of cuts to put those windows in. There's a lot of organic shapes here which are going to go in different directions, and some pretty parallel lines we're going to have to cut through. Ideally, I'd want the framework to follow the curve, so I might intersect the parallel bits with a curve around there. We shall see. You a component? Yes, you are. Great. Actually, then in that case, let's cut them in half before I put them in the component. Otherwise, there will be overlaps, and we don't want that. The reason why I'm splitting it down the middle and making each side into a component means that when I edit one side, the other side will automatically receive the same updates. Just means only having to work on one side of the ship and then having the other side of the ship just update itself based on what you're doing. So if we separate out that, make sure that's not tagged with any group, and the same with this one, copy out that. We haven't done the back bit yet, but that's fine, we can do that later. As you can see, we don't have any rooms there, but we kind of do have rooms there. That's the battery rooms at the back. We'll get to them in a sec. But if we now turn off Deck 1 frame sheet, we should have our structural ribbing that we're trying to fit the rooms into. So those line up perfect there. And same there, and the same there. So the top of that wall should be equal in height to the bottom of that framework. Yeah, to the millimeter. That's what I like to see. Okay, yeah, and the top of the lift car, well, I was going to say it needs to be smaller, but given that this is the outer hull, we can probably make a slightly more domed ceiling there with some glass, a window and a circle around it. Thank you, Delta. Yeah, I think I will actually. I will dome slightly our ceiling and kind of make it look a bit like the side windows on C deck above the stairwells there, kind of echo that same kind of design language. Not exactly the same, but it's the same manufacturer, so kind of a similar aesthetic. Could probably extend the absolute flat edge across further as well. Obviously when you subdivide it makes some very subtle curves, but we don't need them to be quite that subtle, just to make our working flat bit easier to work with. So I would probably, yeah, something like the Titanic, where you've got this feature staircase, and again the geometric center of the ship is the middle of this lift. So that blue line, that's where the exact middle of the vessel is. So when you measure from the nose to the tail, that is the middle right there. So it is kind of like a central feature lift. Yeah, so I'd probably make the windows similar to that, size-wise. Kind of blend that into the existing curve, because if that's where the hull curves over, you kind of want to lift that up a bit. Just cut that in half a minute so that we can project project that curve to the other side. Like so. Yeah, so the actual cavity that the stairs take up is that. So I'd probably want to extend this. Probably beyond that, so that we can join the framework into it. So I go the width of a wall, basically. Yeah, then we're still not a million miles away from the existing curvature of the ship, which is about 2 centimeters difference. I mean, that's not much space. Yeah, we have that as a separate piece of geometry. Come on, join up. Oh, I see what's missing. So, what are we missing? What's going on? Oh, is that like a tiny, stupid bit of that stuff there? What? Yeah, I like the idea of putting the corporate logo in it. I think, given that this particular company is analogous to Ferrari, Ferrari like to stick their badge on everything. So, yeah. Yeah, so in terms of window versus silhouette, that's pretty huge. Although obviously the top bit's going to be capped, so they won't be terribly big windows. So that's nigh on 2.5 meters. That would be 2 meters. So I reckon, yeah, basically 2.25 meters takes us to there. Yeah, we've already talked about making it an escape pod, so you just get in the lift and it just shoots you out. Sadly, it is just a puck. It doesn't have its own doors or any kind of glass around it. It's just a platform that moves up and down. All of the structure is in the tube. Yeah, so we can terminate the lift car segment there and make that part of the ceiling, which means, I guess to be honest, the top bit doesn't need to necessarily be that big. I mean, the outer hull is 1/2 meter thick, which is what this thickness is, but that bit need not be necessarily. But what it means for this stuff, like if I'm gonna cut it on the middle, just in case I decide to, at some point in the future, have the circle support go inward rather than outward. Just means we can future-proof ourselves a little bit. Good night, Max. Have a good one. Sleep well. I'll leave that one for a second because you can't see it anyway. So structurally, structurally that then becomes a structural support ring, and then everything is obviously connected to it. We've also got structural members running laterally down the ship there, so they'll connect into that ring as well, which means the top of the lift, given that the lift is not actually supported by the decks themselves. The little landing point here is not actually physically connected. We'll have that hanging loose. So the deck structure supports the stairs, but the lift itself is supported by this structure here and at the bottom. So they're handled a bit differently. It does mean though that this has to be quite chunky in order to support that lift and keep it from wobbling around. So in terms of curvature, where's the middle bit? Is that the middle bit? Looks like the middle bit. It's everyone's favorite Bezier curve. if we were to go the full 50 centimeter thickness, it would look somewhat like that. Let's just join that up a minute. Actually, if we make that a component a minute. So segment-wise, we'd probably have 60 degrees between each one, times 5. I think it was times 5, wasn't it? Yeah, times 5. Yeah, because then they line up with the landing points then. Actually, no, they don't, because the landing points are forward and back now, so they need rotating by 30 degrees, I think it would be. Yeah, 30 degrees. That's it. So if you're standing on the landing point and you look up, you've got nothing but glass above your head. So that will go a little bit like that. And obviously these also need to be end thickened. So it'll be a little bit like that. I thought looking at it that it would be a bit over thick looking, but to be honest, that doesn't look too bad. Especially if we round off the edges of this by, I guess, maybe about 5 centimeters. So it's like a 2-inch bevel, something like that. Might even be able to get away with more than that, to be honest, but something like that. And then each one of these would naturally drop down to match the inner edge of the curve, so they're not overlapping. Should make it look a bit like that. Then you can extrude that out into there a bit, just so that we're not dealing with any sticky out bits. And then if we cut both ends off, if indeed we can find it, there it is. And we do the same thing with this beam. You end up with something a bit like that. Okay. Or, see, that's if we're not making it a single piece structure. If we are making it a single piece structure, then obviously we'll round off the edges and put the glass in that way. Although I'm tempted to actually add an additional frame within there to actually hold the glass itself. Which is tempting. Because if I do that around there as well. Kind of want to stick a light on the top. One of our nav lights could simply be a flashing beacon on top of there. You know, while we've got something that sticks out, it seems to be a good enough place to put one. Actually, if we grab our skin, of course, the obligatory spinning rectangle. It's funny how bent out of shape people are getting over the spinning rectangle. It almost makes me want to leave it as a Roblox looking spinny rectangle. I can just borrow that ring a minute. Could actually, yeah, we could have a floor glass. That would be quite scary. So I'm going to cut that out, but hide it for now, rather than delete it, just in case we need it later. Okay, so the first problem I've spotted is because of the curve of everything. Obviously that's going to drop down, so yeah, that ring's going to have to move up a bit. Probably for the ceiling as well. Yeah, so we'll fatten the ring up. So if we grab those edges and those edges there, remove the smoothing from them, and then we should, if we turn off our hidden geometry, be able to just grab the top bit and then move that up like that, then grab the bottom bit, move that down like that, and then it should hopefully be above and below where it needs to be. So yeah, so the curve's in the right place there, and we are in the right place there. It might need to come down even further on the inside, because once we've got like wall panels or ceiling paneling on there, obviously this needs to come down below that, so actually I will add another 5 centimeters to that, just to make room for the ceiling panels. Making sure that's one group, and then we'll add that to that group there. Right, so let's just thicken these skins a minute so that we have non-blending back face textures in engine. This will need doing again properly, simply because it's again, it's doing the extrusion in a kind of like a merged normal direction. So whilst it does a, oh wow, terrible job, wow, awful job, what the hell. Why have I suddenly got loads of holes in it? That must have happened when I did the cut through there. No matter. Make sure that we don't have any weird vertices. We have one there. I saw it merge. Just need to fix this before we do the extrusion, otherwise we're extruding incomplete faces. What's going on there? Okay, now we can thicken it. So, right, that one was sheet metal segment 4, and then sheet metal segment 5. do these one at a time so that we're not getting ahead of ourselves. A couple of holes need fixing, but it is thickened. Another hole that needs fixing. Yeah, so this is how much space we have in the bridge. It's definitely not a huge bridge. Then that one would be deck for framework walls. And that would be deck segment 5 walls. Seem to have connected that to the wrong thing, but okay. That one will need adjusting. What earth did I connect you to? You should be on that one. So we'll punch some windows through here. So it'll have side windows anyway. So this is actually just going to be quite a well lit area in terms of, you know, if you're near a star, there's a lot of windows. And then the room divider will be there. Okay. Right, let's thicken those beams up a minute so that we can see them from both sides. So we do all of those, and then we simply extrude. No, all. Actually, I can probably just do that, can't I? Let's do it by vector. Let's do all of them. So 1.25 that way. Probably just move those actually, can't I? Yeah. And then 1.25 that way. And that should give us our inch thick beams all the way through. Obviously when I do this, like in the final bit, they'll have to be cut to the inner skin. Right now they're the full width. But we'll cut those through so they're not protruding. Same with these. I may as well move them 1.25 that way. And while I've got them selected, I'll just thicken them the full inch. Ah, yeah. Did this last time. So, because these particular ones in the middle are unique ones, they need moving over. So, that has to go over by 1.25, which would mean this one also needs to go over by 1.25, meaning they should be exactly 40 apart, edge to edge. 40.1. Okay, so you're definitely lined up there. You're definitely lined up there. I think that's going to have to be close enough. But yeah, then these ones are going to be suffering from the same problem. So yeah, 42.5, so 1.25 that way, 1.25 that way, makes them 40 centimeters apart. Ooh, 1.25. Or 1.25. Gives us 40. That one's correct, that one's correct, that one's correct. which means these ones won't be, I expect. Nope. Believe it or not, that 1.25 centimeters makes a difference. Right, now they're correct. Yeah, so when it comes to the backer ships, the plan at the moment is we're using the streams to do those ships. So right now we're working on a Caravella. Then after that we'll likely do the Admiral's Yacht. And then when we're done with the Admiral's Yacht, then we'll move on to the backer ships. Starting with Dave's, funnily enough. Actually, one of the questions that Claire was asking is whether or not we do stream the creation of the backer ships, and I think I'll leave that up to the backer in question as to whether they want the development of their ships streamed or not. I'm assuming that most, if not all, backers will want their ship development to be streamed, because why not? It's a bit of fun. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not in any way adverse to having the backer in question like in a Discord chat while I'm streaming, so they can literally voice their design choices whilst people ask questions. Because in all honesty, they're better suited to answering the questions than I am, given that it's their ship. I guess it really depends on how long it takes to make the Admiral's Yacht. The Admiral's Yacht's going to be comparable in size to the Caravella. I'm aiming for it to be smaller. It doesn't need the same kind of rooms as the Caravella does, so as much as it's going to need staff and like habitation room for staff, it's not going to need things like science labs and hydroponics as much, because it's not designed for long-term space travel. It's designed to get from A to B, and that's that. Which does beg the question, when we're designing these vessels, obviously we're designing them with a mission spec in mind, and like if it's a military vessel that's designed for just say as a single strike action, so it goes into a location, it performs its military activity, and then it leaves and goes back to its base, then that sort of vessel isn't going to be equipped for long-term exploration of space. So as much as you could try and explore space with it, you're not going to get very far, because it won't have the facilities on board to feed the crew and keep everything ticking. So it's going to be interesting in that regard. We need to make sure that we have gameplay for those vessels. Like some of the backer ships, and I think Dave's actually, is more of a trading vessel, so it's a cargo ship. Now, a cargo ship isn't suited for long-term exploration of space, so like, do we provide some sort of retrofitting to make that possible on that vessel, or do we just stick to the guns and say, no, this is a cargo ship, don't try and go and do deep space exploration on a cargo ship, because you're not going to get very far. But yeah, that's an interesting debate that needs to be had. Yeah. I mean, something that could be explored would be, being able to convert one of the cargo holds into hydroponics. So, if someone wants to use that vessel to do deep space exploration, then there's an option for it by changing the configuration of certain rooms. It would certainly open up the possibility doing it that way. Maybe a mission spec configuration when starting a new mission might cover that base quite nicely. Yeah. What? More holes? Where? Where are the holes? I don't see any holes. Oh yes, I do. Grr. It's definitely very curvy, but I'm definitely concerned about headroom. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to pull that up a bit. because that ain't good. And that is, to be fair, just where the windows come down, but we'll see how it looks once the windows are in. If it's still like ridiculously low, then fortunately we've still got the pre-subdivision mesh, so we can always raise the ceiling up a bit if need be. It's not difficult. Yeah, but please do tag if you have a question, otherwise I will miss it. Having it come up in orange like that means it catches my eye. So back wall-wise, it's actually here. So the bridge is longer, perhaps, than it needs to be. So we can always bring that wall in a bit. I was thinking actually of maybe having it come in like an alcove, because that is a bit on the large side. If we were to, I don't know, just add a couple of chairs in here. Like that. Oh, where'd that go? I mean, I do still want a hollow display. Not as big as the Magellans, but we do need one. So maybe like a couple of command chairs there or something. It's a corporate scout. That's its mission profile. Just stick in a couple of lights a second. Put them kind of where they would be ceiling wise. Out there, I suppose. What's that? So say 570. Well, these guys happen to be 6 foot tall, and like height-wise, you know, this is standard building height ceilings. They're 2.5 meters tall. So, you know, there is headroom. You got a lot of headroom there. It doesn't look like it, you know, from a game engine perspective, but you know, these are 2.5 meter high ceilings. It just feels a bit pokey. That's a good idea for us to... I mean, my initial impression is that the front window needs to be there. Yeah, so we've got obviously an undercut there, which is part of this geometry. So really, that's kind of misleading. So really, the bridge window comes down there. And then this beam needs to be angled to reflect the curvature. So the beam needs to be coming in like a 45-degree angle rather than straight. Because that's kind of misleading as well. Yeah, we'll add the ability to change the character height at some point in the future. Right now they're just the stock characters. Well, if I use this guy's eyeballs, this is what a 6-foot person would see. Let's just make sure these lights are God moded so they don't need power for a minute. Another hole. But yeah, we'll definitely have windows in the side here anyway. Again, to just let some light in. And once we've straightened the walls up a bit, I guess not unlike an attic conversion, so we'll have straight walls down the side here. Actually, while we're making some lights, let's stick a couple of temporary lights down here just to light up this space a bit when we're exploring. Nothing much to see yet, of course, but may as well light it up a bit anyway. Why don't I have ceilings there? I could totally have ceilings there. Yeah, the snap guides is the best way of positioning the geometry, because I know that it's definitely in the right place then. As for these simple little lights, yeah, I'm just dragging them around. They're just temporary, just to provide a bit of light until we put proper lights in there. May as well pop a couple in here while we're here. I took a walk around earlier. I'll do another one in a sec. I'll just get these lights in, and then we'll have an illuminated walk around. So those corridors are lit anyway. Stick some lights in the crew quarters. One there, one there, one there. And then copy them over. Greetings, Mr. Walper. I think that's all the lights we need there. Okay, let's go down another level. On to deck 4. Again, these will have windows in, not unlike these ones. I'm going to make these smaller, to be honest, they're a bit overkill. So I'll make these ones smaller and use the same windows here on this side. So they'll look like this. So this room would be the Chief Engineer's office, and you'll have a window looking at, well, hopefully the reactor at some point, but I think for now it's going to be looking at fuel tanks. haven't cut the hole yet. Oh yeah, all sorted out that beam. Okay, so this is the cargo bay on the back here, but we don't have double-sided geometry for that bit yet, so we can't quite see it, but that's where the cargo bay will be. Having placed all the lights, let's have a look. Of course. All the lights need their deck visibility checking. And the deck visibility thing is based on actually it's based on a Magellan, so the deck separation's different, so it's going to calculate different. So I think what I'll do, if we just search all of the temp lights, so we've already placed 90 lights. That's mad. Just as one little ship alone, just with some temporary lighting, is 90 lights. That's just craziness. But for all those 90 lights, A, B, C, D, E, F. And then they'll always be there. Obviously we need to fix the optimization system again to be ship aware, so that it's not thinking you're on a different ship that you are, because that will mess up the optimization again. Actually, let's just add some light in the corners. There you go, just light up the space a bit better. Better. Right, so this is the true scale of the bridge. I mean, sort of back of it here is, I would say, given that's the ceiling height. Again, that's a 2 meter tall doorway, which the character is quite a bit taller than that. But then, if you try jumping in a doorway, you will surely bang your head. Or at least I will, because I'm 6 foot. Oh, chair's not happy. I must have protruded with the floor a little bit. Let's just send the ship off somewhere. You'll do. By Earth. Yeah, I think given the relatively tight space here, which I've never been comfortable with, I think we will alcove the entrance to the bridge. So this will step back a bit, because we've got enough length in the bridge that we don't need to come all the way back here with it. So we can sacrifice a bit of space for an alcove there, I think. That's a good idea, Delta, yes. Yeah, we'll have a light in the top there, shining down for sure. Obviously, once we have ceiling panels in, that will look a lot more fit for purpose. Yeah, I forgot the little pokey rooms back here. Yeah, so the stairwell will obviously have the blue lights on it, like the Magellan. But I think we will have to add some kind of a ring light around there, in addition to the one in the middle. And maybe some lights running down the middle as well. Because the issue with having a light in the middle there is, in order for it to shine all the way to the bottom, it needs to have a massive attenuation radius, which means it's going to overlap a lot of other lights, which is not good for performance. So if we have smaller lights running along the shaft, as it were, then that'll provide the illumination we need without murdering performance. So this would be sick bay one side, and then sick bay the other side. Oh, there's a star out there. Oop. Yeah, so this is going to be the bar area. Again, it's not going to be a large bar, but I think once we've extended the nose forward a little bit and widened the ship ever so slightly, seating up here with wraparound windows is going to be creating a very, very cool view indeed. Similarly, sitting at these tables with windows all the way around, it's going to be very nice. And I like the idea of, because we've got a raised platform, I love the idea of putting planters all behind the railing. So you'll have essentially foliage all the way around there, and the glass is then behind the foliage. So it's going to be a very cool view indeed. We just need to make it a bit bigger because everything's too squished in right now. Like the chairs are too close together, the railing's too close, there's not enough room with the steps. Everything's just a bit too compact. So I think if we stretch this out, just give it a bit more breathing room, then it'll make for a much nicer feel to the room. And then obviously we've got our serving hatch to the kitchen there. And I think I will get rid of this door and have the kitchen stalls as part of the kitchen. So we'll just have like the 3D printers and things and some shelving at the back here. We don't need a separate door into it really. And then these will be the utility rooms, like washing machines and stuff for the crew. Stairs, lift, crew quarters, more crew quarters, more crew quarters. Another crew quarters. And then the shuttle bay, which is not very well lit right now. I'm still tempted with the idea of, because having two exits to the shuttle bay leading through to the main ship seems a little redundant. And right now, the chief engineer's office is down here in this room here, which, I mean, we could put off of this corridor easily enough because this is the only access way into engineering right now. So we could put a door there easily enough, save having it there. But I really would like to raise it up a level. It just seems so much more relevant if the chief engineer's office like had a window there looking out over the reactor. I mean, if he's going to be sat at his desk staring at something, then the reactor should be it, surely, rather than just a bunch of coolant tanks. But we shall have a look at the layout and see if we can make that work. So the reason we need to widen the ship, by the way, is this. This is why. Because we've got this outer hull protrusion coming through here. And if we can just move it out that much, it's going to make building this room so much easier. Because then we can have space around the door frame for wall paneling without them being sort of intersected with this ever-increasing curve that comes along here. And then it will also enable us to position the windows in a more reasonable way. It's not as much of a problem on the upper deck because most of the issue is up in the ceiling. Same problem, but obviously it's up there rather than on the floor. And Actually, I haven't checked out our maintenance tunnel situation since adding a bunch of geometry, so let's just go and have a look at that a minute. So this room would be probably something along the lines of like water recycling, that sort of thing. And then we've got on the other side another large area for just other engineering utilities like life support, that sort of thing. So we've got those two spaces we can fill up with engineering stuff. And then we have the stairs down here onto our maintenance tunnel section, which I've not finished the floor for. But this is kind of one of the bits of the ship I'm most excited about. I think it's going to be super atmospheric, having to come down here and kind of squeeze through all these bits and fix things and repair cabling and that sort of stuff. Yeah, going down to inspect the tanks and that sort of thing. And obviously we have that mirrored on this side as well. And at some point, the RCS thruster hardware will be here in this vacant gap. And yeah, one of the big things we need to do with the reactor here is we need all the high voltage cabling basically coming through this wall. So I think I'll probably cut out a section of the floor there, and we'll have a bit of a pokey squeeze space with the railings, where all that cabling comes up and out, because not on that deck because there's no wall there right now. So down here, this is obviously this is where the engine pylon is. Can I get down there? Yeah, there. So we need all that coming down through there. Why have I got a tiger stripe ship? And why am I in the wall? That's another thing which needs changing. The deck teleport locations again are tuned to the Magellan. So there we go. Ish. Yeah, so they're going to need moving as well. It's quite a lot of stuff actually, that once you start adding another ship, It's amazing how much stuff is kind of like hard-coded to the Magellan. It's going to be a lot of stuff that needs improving to support multiple vessels. Okay, so generally, layout-wise, I'm reasonably happy with it. We'll see what this looks like once I add windows. That might sort itself out a bit. But yeah, well, then we'll do that width. So let's go ahead and add these bits now. So these are going to be the science labs and a conference room, if I recall. Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to have a sort of a nice corporate luxury yacht vibe to it once it's done. I'm certainly going to kind of turn up the design a notch over the Magellan. See you, Jim. Thanks for watching, as always. Yeah, so those honking great cables, which are going to come out of the reactor, need to be... camera, come on, you can do it. They need to be routed up these stairs, basically alongside through here. So we'll have to have lots of cable conduits running adjacent to those stairs up through the center of the support pylons, so that we can supply fuel and power and everything into the engines. Not to mention the FTL ring. So we'll have basically all of our commodities for the engines and the FTL running up through these stairwells. So we're going to have lots of high voltage signage and that sort of thing. Right, so that would be sheet segment 6. That would be something in my way. Segment 7. And segment 8. temporary lighting a minute so you can see what we're doing. What do you mean import failed? Hang on, it shouldn't take that long to export. That suggests something's not right. It's better. I say it shouldn't have taken that long to export. Sigh. So if I do it from the nanite thing instead, now there's every chance this will crash because it has a habit of doing that. Oh, no, we're good. Let's go ahead with segment 7 instead. So this has got the framework on it already, which we don't want right now. Also import failed. Right, so what's going on with those then? It's definitely that file. Okay. Right, I think this is one of those restart the engine moments. Yeah, scale is always a challenge because you don't really, as much as you can plan ahead for scale, it's not until you start trying to furnish the space that you realise, hang on a minute, that's too small. You know, like when you're like laying out tables and chairs and things for the lounge at the front, like all of a sudden you just realise it's just too much of a squeeze. So the ship is going to have to be pushed and pulled. And maybe fattened on the bridge until we have the room we need. Yes, that's the benefit of making a completely custom vessel and not having to stick to some on-screen Canon measurements. What in earth is going on with this? This is definitely the right file. It's definitely not doing it. The only thing I can think of doing is just deleting those files completely, and then we'll re-export them as whole new files. So there's 6. There's 7. And there's 8. Right, so they're freshly exported. And it's still failing. Okay. Let's try restarting SketchUp then. Or, actually, before I do that, why don't we just delete the asset in question and delete it from there first. Right, and delete it from there. Hang on, save that. That should clear the reference. Yes, be gone. So re-import the asset. Still failed. Interesting. Alright then, SketchUp, I'll reboot you. Now, the errors it comes up with are usually just about the smoothing groups. I will check though, because you never know. There could be something pertinent in there. Right, so let's delete that one again, just to make sure we're definitely processing a brand new file. So segment 8, exported, import segment 8, import failed. Weird. Yeah, it's just an unhelpful message. We could, I mean, that sounds like a reboot of the computer's needed, to be honest, but let's just explode that group into its just raw geometry and then remake the group again. Actually, yeah. I'll do one test at a time so that we're not overlooking an issue. could be that it doesn't like the thickened mesh. So if we, let's try, just making sure we have, because there is a lot of duff geometry with this, so that might be causing an issue. Let's get rid of any ridiculously close vertices. Ah, there we go. That worked. Right, so do we have like some vertices that are just on top of each other that might be causing us an issue? Right, let's try that again. That's better. And nothing looks too weird, so yeah. Well, apart from that, I don't know whether that's the normals or the virtual shadow map. I'll find out in a sec. Yeah, that was the virtual shadow map. It's all good on there. Right, so this is the wrong level. So you should be in framework sheets, as should you, as should you, and as should you. And then we need, of course, the segment 8, which can do with its correct material. Right, betterer. Right, now we can see the interior faces. We can see exactly, what kind of interior geometry we're working with, and obviously those are the access points for the engines. So if we go ahead and also export the frameworky bits. That's going to need a couple of doors added. Actually, let's thicken that up before I export it. Are you a component? No. Let's make you one. So those two get done separately, otherwise they're the wrong way round. Okay, and the rest of them are actually saying that. So you go that way, which I suppose means you go that way. Those ones need to be in the middle. So 1.25 that way, and then 2.5 extrusion that way. Okay, and then this one needs door holes. Thank you, Sirius. Sleep well, and I hope you're up in time for work. So 200, 200, 200, door hole. And the same here. 200, 200, 200, and door hole. Right, so that's going to be the lab space through there. Yeah, the usual issues it complains about is this one with the no smoothing group information. But that's fine because SketchUp isn't exporting a smoothing group, so that's why it's not there. It is perfectly normal. So you go 2.5 that way. so do you, and so do you, and then you go that way, and so do you, and you. Right, and then that lot has to be centralized, so we move over 1.25, and then we extrude 2.5, thus centering them. So obviously this isn't the final geometry for this. Actually, if I just cut this bit out, then that'll be more indicative of where we're going with it. Just do the one side for now. But yeah, something like that. So there will actually be rings going all the way down there. Why don't I make one actually while I'm here? Something like that. Obviously we'll round it off all nice like. Yeah, so we'll have obviously this section will be 50 centimeters thick, so it's half a meter of structural geometry all the way around there, and then that's what the stairs should butt up against. We're a little bit off, so they'll need just to move up ever so slightly, so the stairs won't intrude upon that geometry as it goes down, because we don't want the stairs messing with the structural framework. And then there's enough room for the character to walk down that space. Actually, let's just do the same on the other side a minute, just to cap it off. Grab a copy of that ring, paste it in place, make it 50, which of course is going to look messy because it's too wide for the curve. Move it down 20, grab that face, delete the rest, put the face back in again, and thicken. like that. Yeah. No, not that. This is going to be an absolute mess of framework once it's all done properly. So basically the tail end is all going to be battery banks, so where the main ship's batteries will be stored. Basically aft of this section, because this is the main engineering stairwell in line with these supports for obvious reasons, so they all link up. So everything left of that's going to be science labs and the office. Well, the conference room. Probably put the conference room first, and then the science labs behind it. May even just offset it with a corridor down one side. Yeah, so that would be the back wall. So okay, we're just over the 4 hours, so I will very quickly just seal that wall at the back. Let's hide that for a mo. Right, so this one's the back wall of the science lab. So just have that as a separate bit of geometry for now, just so we're not messing with the framework. Right, so that's our back wall, and then this side is the engineering stairwell, which means we'll need like a door and everything for the battery room. So let's just export that again. Which one am I looking at? That one. Right, yeah, so let's get rid of that and that. Yes, so this is the room we have reserved for science labs and an office / conference room. Not a lot of room, to be fair, but again, it's not a big ship. And then we just need a hole in the floor there a minute, so the stairs can go up. And then it is then explorable. So we want deck 3 frame sheet. Right, that gives us that hole there, which we are going to borrow. And then deck 2 frame sheet does not possess such a hole, so we will give it one. There we go. Right, so we should have stair access now. Ah. Right, deck 2 frame sheet, and that is segment 7. 5, 6, 7. Deck 2 sheet, segment 7. Right, that should hopefully give us our our stair hole. Yep, there we go. Stairs. So ignoring the girder that we need to cut, that's then fully accessible. Right, I'm just going to have a quick look at that with the game running, and then I shall call it a night. Yeah, I'm banned from touching this any time other than Sunday evening. Okay, that's good. We've got our stairs, they go up. Seem to be missing framework. Are we neglecting to load it, perhaps? Deck 4 sheets. Deck 3 framework sheet. And deck 1 framework walls. Typo, perhaps. Ah, yeah, that was it. It was a typo. Right, so here's all the funky geometry around the back of the science lab and office. So I think we'll probably have the office space to one side here. Sorry, not office space, conference room. We'll have a conference room on one side, and then we'll have a corridor going down past the conference room, and that will open up into the science lab at the back. And this science lab is going to have to be fairly packed with stuff. Or we have two science labs and put the conference room somewhere else. It'd be nice to have it maybe in the back of the bridge here, but kind of needs to be a separate room really. But I shall think of that next time I'm on the toilet, perhaps. That tends to be where I think about stuff and have ideas. Okay, well, I think on that cheerful note, that's as far as we got this Sunday, and I shall now not touch it again until next Sunday, as is the rules imposed by Claire. Claire, who must be obeyed. Yeah, this ship is all about giving us a way of building all of the ship systems, like from the sublight engines to the shield to the weapons, everything, on a really, really small scale, so that we can dip in and out really, really quickly without having to wait ages for it to load every time. Because obviously the Magellan takes like substantially longer to load because there's so much of it. So yeah, this ship just gives us that nice quick in and out test space for everything we need. Thank you, Midas. Okay, so that's it from me. Everyone have a fantastic week ahead. Good luck to Delta and his woes in Texas. And I shall see you all on Wednesday for more Magellan class shenanigans. Right, have a good one, everyone. Bye for now.